welcome to the Aransas County Navigation District meeting for June 2nd, 2025. We have a quorum, and so we'll call the meeting to order and start with the Pledge of Allegiances. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Hail, Texas.
Okay, do we have any citizens? Mike's, do we have any citizens to be heard?
Luong.
Nope. Okay, very good. I tell you what I'm gonna do. At Commissioner Vlasic's request, we're gonna put Mr. Brinkman ahead of the closed meeting and the three items that we need to consider based on his presentation, if with no objections. No. Everybody good?
That's appropriate.
You're up. Oh, wow. And make sure your mic's on there with the green button.
Looks like it's on.
If it's green, it's on.
Push the button.
Oh, now it's really on.
There you go.
I could see the green, but it wasn't lit up. My name is Donald Brinkman. I'm with the consulting firm CSRS. We're headquartered in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and we have operations in Texas, primarily in Dallas. I'm here to talk about those three agenda items specifically related to disaster recovery. I think Keith can attest to the pains, the trials and tribulations of dealing with FEMA post-hurricane, post-disaster. And so what's before you is there's an interlocal agreement, which the North Central Texas Council of Governments went ahead and did a procurement for not only disaster recovery services, but anything federally related, which includes grant writing and grant administration. So whether that be a FEMA public assistance grant or a Economic Development Administration grant or writing a MARAD PIDP grant, that's all covered and was procured under the federal terms and conditions of 2 CFR 200. So that's the interlocal, and we were one of the consulting firms chosen on that. And should you wish to enter into that interlocal with them, then you have access to our services. And also before you is a draft task order that would, contingent upon a disaster, allow you to engage us, and the rates are already part of that interlocal agreement, that procurement they did, and have us on standby. It's like an insurance policy. The consulting fees related to disaster recovery in the FEMA world are 100% reimbursable. There's also project management fees that are reimbursable, and of course then you've got your construction that is, depending on what they choose to tell you, is also reimbursable. I think that's the highlights. I don't know if Judy, if you had anything specific you want me to mention, or if y'all have any questions.
I think it might be helpful to explain some of the projects you have done in Texas. I believe you've also done work for Palacios.
Sure. So we have, in the disaster recovery world, we're working with the Port of Palacios. We wrote their grant. We also did an assessment. We wrote their Maritime Administration grant, and they got $11 million. So that's on the grant writing side. And then we're also have a pre-position, they call it pre-position disaster recovery contract with them. We have it with the Port of Victoria. We have it with West Calhoun Port Authority, and we also have one with the Port of Harlingen. And the Port of Harlingen's theirs is structured just like what's being proposed for y'all through the interlocal agreement with NCTCOG. I used to work for a Port Authority, 12 years as a director of engineering, and actually lived through several disasters in the public sector. And then on the consulting side, had the joy of personally and professionally living through Laura and Delta 8 weeks apart. So understand the hurricane business, unfortunately, like we all do living on the Gulf Coast.
That was one of the things that I liked about your firm and your background. I don't know if anybody had a chance to look those over.
Did y'all have to jump into action on these two hurricanes that came by us, thank goodness, but certainly wreaked a little havoc on us last summer? Didn't Palacios and them take a pretty good hit as well?
Palacios didn't have a claim, but we were also under contract for a pre-disaster contract with the city of Palacios, and they actually had more damages. So we're still engaged with them doing their FEMA public assistance, but the port itself actually turned out to be, they were okay.
We just got dirty.
Yeah.
Well, can you kind of run down what y'all did for them and how that worked?
Sure. So every year, especially on the pre-disaster, hurricane season started June 1. So every June, we actually reach out to our clients and just make sure, hey, is all your paperwork in order? Remember this, remember that. These are where the things are. These are the phone numbers you call should you need us. And so we set that up on the pre-disaster side. But post-disaster, when everything's a mess, of course, then we come in and we do damage assessments, and then we start engaging with FEMA right off the bat. We have boots on the ground. We have a deployment team, basically, that comes, boots on the ground, does the damage assessments, working hand in hand with your folks to ensure that they can get everything documented that needs to be documented. Luckily, in the first 90 days, I think it is, FEMA gives you a little grace on contracts, but then you actually have to have everything in order after that point. So I think we've done over $13 billion in grant administration on disaster recovery, unfortunately, all the way dating back to Katrina. So that's primarily it. Depending on the type of disaster, we know which folks to deploy. And so a lot of them are more heavy on the wind side. Some you'll get flooding. Of course, being here in coastal, you'll have storm surge. So getting all those things documented, do the disaster recovery, help you with the procurement of, should you not have it already, architects and engineers to do the design, writing the PWs or helping write the PWs. So it's all those things. It's all inclusive. And actually, I say it's all inclusive. It all actually, should you have a very sophisticated, experienced staff, then we can go into a role where it's just assisting them and not taking the lead if necessary. So, and we come in and you learn pretty quick, right? So like the city of Palacios, I'll give them as an example, where we got in there, we started helping them, and we realized that, hey, your damages aren't to the degree that you're going to need us. So we prepared a pathway for them, saying, hey, this is what you need us for. We did that, and we kept it within the direct administrative cost that FEMA's going to give them so that all of our fees were covered, and then we laid out a roadmap for after we were gone. Here's all the things you need to do. So now they're kind of administering that on their own, and we're just more in a standby role. So it takes on many forms going in post-disaster.
Okay. Excuse me. I think that we all remember going through Harvey here. What some of our newer members may not know is we did not have a disaster recovery plan necessarily in place. And one of the early things we had to do was go through the procurement process, which takes 2 to 3 months minimum. Would that be correct?
Yeah, we had a disaster recovery plan. What we didn't have is we didn't already have a lot of these different disciplines preloaded. We didn't have them on standby like what he's talking about. We waited till we needed them before we went out and procured them, which is what you normally would think about. But what we did learn is in a hurricane and all of your infrastructure's down, it's hard to go through that procurement process when you can't even make a phone call. I think having these things preset and ready to go, I think you'll be able to address the disasters more timely.
Right. Well, I particularly remember the process that we went through in order to the procurement process, and that was very long. Tommy, you probably remember we had to do the evaluation of several different applicants, and it was tedious and at a time when none of us really felt up to doing that kind of work. So this basically, North Texas Central Council of Governments has actually done a lot of that work for us, and this is at no cost to us unless we need their services. So there's no retaining fees, there's no entry fees, there's just sign the paperwork, and then we're ready in case a disaster hits. Is that
That's
correct?
right. That's correct.
Okay.
I think we were like 2 weeks in shock first.
We were.
Harvey.
Keith,
Well, this would be nice to be able to.
But it's good, it's good to have.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's
a-
good
It's good
insurance
to be,
for
have
us.
to be prepared. I mean, it's always good to prepare yourself.
Oh, yeah,
Hopefully
absolutely.
you never have to use it, but yeah, when you have to use it, get it in board, get it online.
So we're going through, or just getting ready to go through a selection process for a pool of engineering firms, which we've done, this county has done, and we'll piggyback off of that. That's not your role, is to design everything. Your role is to collect everything, find the money, figure out how all this goes down while we're working with the engineers to fix it.
Absolutely, and one of the things, before you would spend $1 with one of those engineering firms, we want to confirm that that procurement was done in accordance with the federal terms and conditions, so you can get your dollars back, get reimbursed
Well,
for that.
that's what we're
Right.
doing.
Yeah.
We did learn
Yeah,
that lesson.
yeah, I'm sure it's fine, but, you know, it's one of the things, make sure everything's documented, put it in the right folder, file folder system, make sure that FEMA gets it, because
FEMA
they'll
is
ask
very
for it.
particular.
Since you get your revenue from FEMA projects, what is your position, knowledge on this FEMA cutback? My understanding is they've come and told the state of Texas that FEMA's not gonna be there. You fix it and we're gonna write you the checks like Ron DeSantis did. Where are you on that?
That's what we're hearing as well. Every day it seems to change a little bit, but that's the understanding that we are,
It's the beast we got
that
to deal with.
it's gonna push to the states, where the states are gonna administer the funds more directly, and the federal government's just gonna write the states a check and not get into the weeds, which could be potentially very nice.
And your job would be directly to us, in coordination with the county and the city? or
Coordinating
just us?
with Tatum to get your reimbursements.
For the state. Yeah.
Which handled most of it anyway. to get that done.
Okay,
Sounds like a good deal to me.
yeah, particularly since it doesn't cost us anything until we need them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's,
My take on it is the last place you wanna be is 2 weeks after getting hammered, and then you get in line with people who already have the groups lined up to do the work.
exactly,
And you end up with the worst of two evils.
right, and a lot of that responsibility fell on Keith, who, as you all know, is not gonna be here after the 30th of June.
Yeah, you looking for a job?
I was admiring the view, so
We got nice areas here to live with. Sure, we can find you accommodations real quick.
Okay, thank
So-
you. Any other questions?
So the items that we need to do look a good logical order. Mr. Benedum, have you overlooked those or looked over those agreements with the North Texas Council of Governments as well as Mr. Brinkman's company, and are we prepared to accept those if we vote on them today?
I haven't studied them in detail, I scanned through them, occasionally see the content. I thought it would be better than waiting until you all have a question to talk about issues here, whether or not there'll be some changes. So my recommendation would be if y'all arrange to see, let's bring them back at your next meeting in a final form. I didn't take the time to go through and study that in great detail, because I thought this was the first time y'all were going to be presented with this, and it wasn't probable that you would want to go through just with this short presentation and apply yourself to that, if you're able to do it. And, probably the most likely thing is there may be a few changes of minor wording, names of things and stuff. I think that's fine. So if you wanted to proceed, you can have a motion to approve them subject to, approval of the general counsel and chairman's final decision with regard to wording, as long as it's substantive changes.
Well, since there are no named storms in the Gulf, I think we probably could do that with, go ahead and if y'all are inclined.
Are you acceptable to that?
approve on it.
that was approval contingent upon general
Yeah,
counsel
we just
review.
won't sign
Oh, yeah.
until he tells us to sign.
Yeah.
Right, Jerry?
Well, we need to hurry up, 'cause it's here.
Exactly. We can do it this week,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
hopefully.
perfectly fine. That's what I would,
Okay. And the
Recommend.
wording that you have given us samples, but that doesn't necessarily mean the exact wording that we have to use, is it?
The North Central Texas COG, their interlocal agreement, I'm not quite sure how much can be changed there.
Yeah.
Okay,
Our task order is a draft task order, so if there's something in particular that needs to be changed, or if a name, number, whatever the case may be, it's a draft, so contingent upon council
I've dealt
approval.
with council of governments, and it's just, this is the way it's set. Yeah.
Yeah, Tommy, if I find something in there that I think really needs, that's substantially different from what we need, I'll contact Ms. Brinkman, we'll see if we can work it out and we'll bring it back.
Yeah,
okay.
okay. I also think, is there any reason we can't approve all three items at once?
I don't see why not.
Okay,
So, if somebody will make the motion to
your call.
approve
Aye.
3, 4, and 5.
I will move that we approve items 3, 4, and 5, subject to the final approval of the wording by our legal counsel, our general counsel.
I second.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
May we never
Thank you.
need your service.
Yes. May we never see you again.
I'll come by once a year just to say hello, that'd be good.
Good, good. Thank
Okay,
you, Donna,
thank
we
you very
appreciate
much.
it.
Okay.
You don't have to stay for the rest of it if you don't want to.
You may not want to.
I know, that's why I had him pulled up first.
Back to the agenda as published. We'll go into a closed meeting. The commission will recess this open meeting and conduct a closed meeting pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act 551. Deliberate regarding personnel matters under section 551074 of the act. Specific subjects, others may include disputes regarding stormwater damage, contracts for legal and related support services. Following the close, the commission will reconvene. I don't think this will be that long. Does anybody else see it going long at all? Since we do have another closed session to hit some more subjects that may need a little bit more deliberation. Okay, so that will go into executive session.
Okay.
And if you want to leave, and
Thank
you
y'all.
call, let Janine know.
Thank y'all.
on the right track? It looks good?
So
Okay,
we're
we're
not,
back.
no action on 1 and 2.
Okay, you can reopen, we're back on air.
Okay. Welcome back to the open session. The next thing on the line is number 1, deliberation of possible actions, updated information, related response to the city of Rockport drainage at Tule Creek discharging into Little Bay. What has occurred lately, all the permits have been filed, everything's on track, they've got a good roadmap. Our drainage engineer has been engaged with the city public works guy, and everything looks like we're on track, and we look forward to moving forward with compliance to the stormwater pollution protection plan that was submitted and the permits to TCEQ. Anybody got anything to add to that? Okay, and then number 2, actions on deliberation, possible action related to stormwater drainage into the water, ACND, including but not limited related permit fees, potential agreements with Aransas County. Once again, everything seems to be on track and no action needs to be taken unless we have objection. Everybody good?
So we're tabling both items.
No
then?
action.
There's no action.
No action on both.
Both of those stay on the agenda. So everybody good?
Good.
Okay. Next, deliberate possible action on Rockport Police Department plan compensation for beach patrol over the 4th of July weekend. Mr. De Leon.
Yes, I got a better accurate figure from the chief, and he sent me the end results of this July 4th for their services. 4 officers working on the 4th from 1,000 to 2,300 hours, and then on the 5th, 3 officers working from 1,000 to 2,000 100 hours. That's not hours included, that's the time, that's the military time. 3 officers on the 6th from the 1,100 to 1,800, and overtime cost about $50 an hour. The total amount came out to $5,150. That's what they're asking for the services for 4th of July. I feel that we have some responsibility since we're allowing the fireworks to be displayed in our property, and I would ask that y'all agree to pay that amount to the city of Rockport.
That was
Police Department.
$5,100 for 3 days?
Pardon me?
$5,100 for 3 days?
$5,150, which is not bad at all compared to what they started.
3 days?
That's 3 days of work, sir, and that's during the peak hours. That's not, they're paying for their officers on the outside.
Okay.
I mean, that's a bigger price up there, because they're gonna be out there more hours than they are over here.
Oh,
Okay?
I will say the initial plan looked like it was more like 10 grand,
It
correct?
was about 9,000,
Yeah.
so I got them down to about 5,
Okay.
51. It's not a bad price.
No,
that's good.
that's,
That's good, that's good.
so you're proposing that as an action item?
That's what the item is, to consider the amount that was provided for me from Chief Rob Anderson.
Says
No,
plan and
51.
compensation.
Yeah, 5150.
So that's your motion?
I make my motion to,
I'll be happy to second it.
To approve
Yeah.
51,
up to $5,200.
yeah,
Round that
52,
off.
whatever it
That
comes out
sounds
to.
good.
Jack, you were the second.
yes, sir.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. My position is, that we're in the city of Rockport. We have people on the beach. They're gonna respond anyway. They can pay for this with, hotel occupancy tax funds, which I think I would like to include in this motion and amend the motion. I wonder if I can amend the motion.
Nope,
I don't think so.
nope. Your discussion, they're in the middle of a budget workshop, so you need to put that plugged in for next year.
Well, that's what I was gonna
Not
put
this
in.
year.
They are coming up with hotel occupancy tax uses and coming with that. And, I would like to see an amendment to this motion that we pursue either them using hotel occupancy tax or giving us the hotel occupancy tax to get that done, as part of that motion. And if y'all don't wanna do that, you don't wanna do that.
Put it in a different
We can
motion next
put it in
time.
a different one. Why? It's related.
Tommy, you,
Why? Well, give me,
I'm not gonna,
give me a
I'm not gonna
reason why.
discuss anymore. We have number 7 approved, second, first, and we need to put it to the board.
Okay,
If you
Chairman.
wanna vote negative, go ahead and do it.
Okay, so we're not gonna do it, we've got a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right,
Nay? Okay.
good job.
Number 7, approve and adopt resolution 2501, Aransas County 2025 Hazard Mitigation Plan, Action Plan Resolution. Keith Barrett.
Yes, this is a multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. That is the navigation district, Aransas County, city of Rockport, and town of Fulton, as well as the school district. We've been working on this for many, many months. It has now been approved by TDM, but they also need this resolution approved in its entirety by every entity. If one entity fails to pass it, nobody has their hazard mitigation plan. This plan has to be approved by all to make us eligible for, funds in event of a natural disaster. So, yes, we need a vote. It would be great to see everybody raise their hand and say aye, because, this probably, for today, this may be the most important vote that we cast.
I'm not going against this in any way, just, we haven't, I don't think we had the plan itself in our packet.
It's 500 and
Okay.
something
That's
pages
fine.
that got sent to you.
Give us an idea of the things it covers, what were we able to fall back on, and just so we understand what this mitigation plan has to do in case we have to use it.
It's a plan that every community has to have, in order to be eligible for funds. It covers lightning, it covers tornadoes, it covers floods, it covers tornadoes, hurricanes, lightning strikes, forest fires. It covers every possible disaster known to man in this plan. The reason why we didn't print out that plan, it's 500 and something pages, it's a 3-ring binder that you could use as a step ladder. But it's something that, it took a lot of work from a lot of the entities, including ourselves, to get it, the meat of it put in. And it has been approved, by TDM, now they just need everybody to sign off.
What is the mitigation of when let's just say we get one of those hurricanes that came and everything came up, flooded everything.
It just says that we're gonna do these things in accordance with the plan, and that means we're gonna procure correctly. We've done all of everything correctly. That's kind of the how-to notebook that all of us will have on the shelf.
So the mitigation is the application for
Yes.
relief from outside.
That's correct.
Cool. Who
I
wants to
make a motion
motion?
to approve resolution number 25-01 Aransas County. 2025 Hazard Mitigation Action Plan,
I'll second that.
as said.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Let's go down individually on votes because it has to be unanimous. Commissioner Vlasic,
Aye.
what's your name? Commissioner David Arnold.
Really?
Hey,
Aye?
Commissioner Moore, aye.
Everybody knows you.
It wasn't you, it was me. Forgot.
Aye.
Commissioner Wright, Commissioner Wynn. Okay, we have unanimous. You good on that?
Yes, we are, and we will have that recorded vote, put on this, document, and we'll be able to send that in with all the other entities.
Great. Okay, on to number 8, deliberate possible action to establish Rockport, Fulton, and Aransas County as the ecosystem capital of the Texas Gulf Coast. And proclaim June 2025 as Sustainable Ecotourism Day. This is something that Jennifer Day has come up with. It's an interesting angle across the board. I don't kind of know what we're talking about ecosystem capital, but I think it's important that we go ahead and do the proclamation of Sustainable Ecotourism Day because we are all about tourism and it's 95% ecotourism.
It looks pretty too.
And it's free.
And no cost to us.
Mr. Benham looked over things, had some input. Let's see what he has to say before we move forward.
Yeah, I wanted to point out that, the original item that came from Jennifer Day was to have y'all proclaim our Oakland Raiders county as the capital or something. And also to, name, June 20 as the Sustainable Ecotourism Day. As I discussed with Tommy, it seemed a bit inappropriate for this entity to be trying to declare that some other entity is the capital of something. And so the proclamation you have in front of you says all the way quiet stuff, and it says you applaud the county having named themselves as a capital, and then it goes on to proclaim that June 20 will be,
Sustainable Ecotourism Day.
Sustainable Ecotourism Day within your district, which of course is so common as the county, but that's it.
And so you've blessed
I bless it.
the
You bless
Ecotourism
it.
Day resolution.
I don't know about Ecotourism Day, I don't know what that is, so I'm not blessing that.
Oh, come down on June the 20th, you'll find out.
The county has established it,
The county, yeah.
right?
The
And so
county-
we're, like you said, supporting and
the county has
applauding.
adopted a resolution proclaiming themselves as Oakland to be the capital of this thing.
Well, that-
And proclaiming that June 20 is that day within the county. So you're doing the same thing with proclaiming it within the neighborhood.
As the county.
Okay. So I understand you talked to Jennifer and explained this position to her?
No.
No, I
No.
haven't spoken to her about
Oh, okay.
She and I spoke about it on Saturday, but primarily with regard to the fact that the copy that I've been to my notes didn't have all of the content in it.
Oh, that's correct, that's right.
And so she sent me the version that the county adopted, and I adapted it to what I think fits your situation. Certainly ought to be everything they need.
And with Mike, I've been involved for a while, and that gets whatever job done we really needed.
And tell me, let me ask you a question. I saw in a correspondence from Jennifer to you that you may be speaking at this event.
At the summit,
And is there, any potential conflict with regard to
No.
your business and whatever's happening?
they just wanna know how we adapt to ecotourism, and I probably am the leader in revenue on ecotourism in the county, I would think,
Well, one point,
other than beach.
only point I wanted to make out just for your.
Coffee?
To say is whether or not there's any aspect of this business this summit that might be promoting your business. And I don't want somebody to come back later and claim that your participation here was a conflict.
I don't see any, and if you think I should recuse myself, I'll be happy to. Do you?
But,
Would you like, should I recuse myself just on the basis?
well, since I expect that the motion's going to pass anyway. it would
Wouldn't
be-
hurt,
The safest thing would be, just say you're
easily done,
gonna abstain from voting.
absolutely.
But you, that way you can still go do the speaking?
Yes,
By abstain, okay, that's clean enough.
Yeah, because he may be speaking there and his, burning business may be featured in some aspects, so I just don't want somebody to come back later and throw out names.
Yeah, no problem.
okay.
So, somebody make a motion?
I move that we approve item 9, which is item 8, which is delivering possible action, a resolution to establish, and we will do that contingent upon the wording that Jerry has prepared for us.
I think it should read proclaim June 20th, 2025 as Sustainable Ecotourism Day.
I'll
And
add
that's
that.
what that resolution does.
Yes.
Yes, it does.
Yes,
Just the motion to read, establish the 20th as
Yeah,
Sustainable
that's-
Ecotourism
Yes.
Day,
what the,
what it says up top.
That's,
that's
yes,
what
that's
the-
included.
The proclamation says,
That is it.
that's all it is.
Okay? Motion?
Judy
I
made it.
made that motion.
We have a motion, somebody want a second?
I thought Martin did, no?
Oh,
No, I didn't second that one.
Okay. I will be happy to second that motion.
Okay, got a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
I sustain. The letter I, sustain.
Abstain.
Abstain.
I think it's sustain.
It's sustained.
Okay. Deliberate possible action for a letter of support to the Texas Coastal Academy Coastal Restoration Workforce Development Initiative. These guys have been working real hard to do some cool stuff for the county and the youth of our county. And what I would like, are you prepared, Josh?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Kind of tell us who you are, what you do, where you're going, and why we should send you a
Up
letter
in the
of
box.
support to get more funds and resources to complete your mission, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I got a little presentation, it'll be pretty short, so go ahead.
What's your name? Where are you from?
Let's see. This works. Alright, so my name's Josh Wynn. I've got my wife here with me, and I've got 4 kids, first and foremost.
Does your wife have a name?
Cameron. I'm from here. I was born here. I was raised here. I left for a while for the military, about 15 years or so. And then I came back, in a nutshell. Ended up back in Rockport just after Harvey to give my family a hand and get us rebuilt and get things back in order.
Josh, I know we can all hear you pretty well, but the microphone picks you up for the YouTube, so would you
You're
speak
online,
into-
buddy.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
You're live. It's like ABC News.
How's that?
There you go.
Okay.
All right. I went to Blackwater. I did marine operations there. I went from Post to Plastics. I was a project manager there for maritime operations and security. I created the maritime program at HISD, and then I came here to create the program at the Rockport High School.
Houston?
Yes, sir. HISD Houston. I learned a lot from HISD. My expectations there were very high, and the district was very big, so to make decisions there was very slow. So in order to get things to where they needed to be for industry, I created Texas Coastal Academy, the nonprofit, for my to work the program here in Rockport. So in 2020, the nonprofit was founded, Texas Coastal Academy. The pretty simple goal. I wanted the kids to be able to get jobs or careers, not just jobs. So it's easy for a graduate to say, hey, yeah, we'll get you a job, no problem. But that job is not sustainable. A career, you can stay in that job and have a vertical growth. You can move up in that position, in that career field. We weren't seeing that at HISD. When I got here, we weren't seeing it at Rockport High School either. The mission of the program is to hold and maintain assets, educate the community in maritime operations, and promote environmental stewardship. In 2021, we pitched the program to RFISD. Ray Garza and Dr. Garcia backed it. It was as a club only, not the classes. So I was able to go to the public school. I was an assistant welding instructor there. I taught aluminum welding. And I was able to start a club there to show buy-in from the students. They didn't want to make a program unless there was, a demand for it. So it's one of the hardest things to do, to go into a random classroom with kids you don't know, stand up in front, be like, hey, join my program. It's a lot of fun. And then I'm using the words like maritime, I'm using words like seamanship, and these kids had no idea what I was talking about. So it was a little tough to get started. This is my first club. This is at GNH at the Port of Corpus. GNH was one of our first supporters. So in order to get this club started, before I approached Dr. Garcia and the school board, I went out and visited all these industries. GNH Towing is a harbor tugs out of the Port of Corpus, and they had immediate buy-in. It was awesome, and they kind of sprung like a springboard. They pushed it through. Once I had their backing, Towboat US, Brownwater Marine, they fell in suit. So this is the first year. I had 12 kids in the Maritime Club. So in order to start this program, later that year, Dr. Garcia said, okay, well, how are you going to fund this? Oh, well, yeah, the money, that part. Well, I started grant writing. I had a couple of lessons. I went to A&M, figured out how to grant write, figured out how to deal with all the red tape that grant money comes with, maintaining those grants, et cetera. Mr. Barrett's laughing over there.
The strings.
The strings, there's always a string. So I wanted it to be a shop. In Houston, HISD wanted it to be a classroom setting. You can't learn to drive a boat in a classroom. Mr. Moore is... Right, you can't fix an outboard engine by learning about it in a book. You have to put your hands on it. So everything that we stand for is all hands-on. We do formal training in the classroom, and then we get the hands-on training after hours. So we wrote the grant. I received a $80,000 startup grant, and I had to maintain that grant for 3 years. So I had to give 2 reports a year, every semester, what's going on, how many kids it's affecting, et cetera.
Was that 80,000 for the 3 years?
Yes, sir. 80,000 was just the startup money, and they wanted to see how that startup worked over the course of 3 years.
Yeah.
And then where it went and all that good stuff. I needed a simulator for the students. The school was like, we're not putting kids on boats. Like that's not what we're not liable for this. We don't want to do this. Right. And it is a risk, but the reward is awesome. So we wrote a grant, and I was able to collect enough data in the first 2 years of its inception of the program. And I had industry support. I'm continuously growing that industry support. So we wrote one for $600,000. That went to a simulator system that we have now that A&M Galveston sent their representative down here to come and look at it, and he said, this is what we want at A&M. So that made me pretty happy. Like, this is cool.
And this is located at school?
Currently, it's located at RFHS, the high school there. It's in my shop, so I have my shop, and I turn my actual classroom into the simulator room. So I don't have a classroom anymore. We teach them in the shop. So if you go to industry, a lot of the times if they do an all-hands training, they're going to pull them into a shop anyway. The school insisted it be air-conditioned. I didn't fight it. So now it's an air-conditioned shop. But initially, it was just going to be a non-air-conditioned shop. I wanted the kids to understand how to sweat. I mean, a lot of kids, they're like, it's sticky. I don't want to mess with this. Like, shake my hand. It's a grease-covered hand. Shake my hand. First thing we do in class, I shake everybody's hand. And now they're dirty, and now they're getting ready to get into it. But regardless, I needed a fiberglass project. I wanted to show the kids how to fiberglass. I saw that there was a demand in the area. We have 2 fiberglassers that I know of. They're good fiberglassers that are reliable, and they're booked solid. It's pretty impressive. So we wrote another grant, and I received $20,000 to build a barge from scratch. So I mean, from the wood sticks all the way to the fiberglassing the hull.
And where'd that grant come from?
That one came from the Education Foundation.
Ours, local?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yep, here locally. And their grants, thankfully, don't have a whole lot of red tape with them, but they do want updates regularly, so I do that when asked. The progression right now, 2025, we have pre-negotiated contracts being offered to students. The pre-negotiated contracts from the industry show a 5-year growth plan, a career plan, essentially. And it shows that if they meet these performance markers each year, year to year, if they do what they're supposed to do, if they come and their hygiene is right and they show up on time, et cetera, whatever the industry is looking for individually, this is not a blanket contract. That means that at 5 years, they'll have a $100,000 salary. It's a union job and full benefits. So it's a very stable career path that they're able to get into directly out of high school. This is without going to college if they see fit, if they don't see fit to go. So right now, we have 13 students that have entered their 11th grade summer, or interned in their 11th grade summer. So the whole 5-year contract doesn't start until after they graduate. The company has 2.5 months thereabouts for their summer to evaluate the students. So I try to match up a kid with the industry. They get together, they get the internship. The internship's over the summer. It's a paid internship. The lowest paid internship right now is $18.50 an hour. I got 11 students that are currently in the industry post-graduation. And I've got 2 that chose to go to A&M Galveston, the college, which, that's great. They're not gonna have any issues after that.
Was J.B. Tarkington in that, or did he miss it?
He missed it.
Yeah, he just graduated.
David Walker, no, he was one of my first students to go to the industry.
Cool.
So my industry partners has grown a little bit. We still got G&H and Brownwater. We got Mile 533 Marineways, Lydian Channel, Rockport Terminals. GLO has backed us for a specific item, and when that was salvaging boats. I wanted the kids to understand how to float a boat. And of course, Rockport Marine helps us quite a bit. I'm hoping to add Aransas County Navigation District to the list there. So right now, today, or I guess it's summertime now, but the 210 students were in the maritime classes. 68 students were in the after school, are currently in the after school club, because we run through the summer. 100% of the students that asked for a job have started in the maritime career field. So if they're 11th grade or earlier, they do things like pressure washing hulls at the dry stack. Just getting around the industry helps a lot. If they're 11th grade, they've gotten their internship. And then if they're 12th grade, then they've done their internship, then they've moved into that job. I haven't had any of the industries kick back a kid and be like, this isn't what we want.
So you haven't lost anybody?
Correct. So the certifications that they receive is their TWIC, their Merchant Mariner credential, which is based on sea time. They get their first aid CPR and their Parks and Wildlife Boater safety card.
You ever thought about getting them to do getting their captain's license before you get out there?
Yes, sir.
That's
So
the
the Merchant Mariner credential it can be a document, which is not their captain's license, but the Merchant Mariner credential is more like a passport. I always refer to it as a passport, and the captains here could probably relate to that. The old one, not the paper one they give now. But the old one was an actual little book. And we have endorsements inside. So they have stamps they got to get, kind of like passport stamps. It shows where you've been and what you've done. If you get the captain stamped, it'll say less than 100 gross tons. So you're a master and a captain. You can be a captain of a 100 gross tons or less size ship. Right. That formula is a little odd. It's not so much the size of the ship, so much as like displacement and some cargo and passengers, etc. But that's the idea. For example, I have an endorsement for towing. Most captains end up getting that at some point, so I can tow commercially. All those endorsements require have certain requirements. So one of the requirements for being a six-pack, the lowest captain's level, master's level, so to speak, is 365 days in the water. 365 days in the water is hard for the kids to get when they're going 8 hours a day at school, and then they have homework, etc., and then they have family things to deal with. But in the summertime is when we kind of really get going in the club. So you'll see us out there. We do tubing, we do fishing, boat salvaging, for example. The GLO signed off that we could sink a John boat without an engine, nothing on it. It's just a John boat. We pull the drain plug, we let it sink, and then the kids float it. That counts. Anything that they have a job on the water. So when we're tubing, for example, when they're piloting the boat or when they're watching and they're being a lookout, that's hours on the water. We document all that time and we get it over to the Coast Guard and we hope that they accept that. They review it and they accept it, etc. So that's that part. In the future, we're going deeper into the environmental stewardship part of our mission. Texas Coastal Cleanup, the committee that will soon start, is about removing hazards on the water. Like the duck blinds we have out here, every time there's a strong wind, it seems like some of those get knocked down. Sometimes they get rebuilt real nice, and sometimes there wasn't a good spot anyway, so they'll move it down a couple 100 yards or whatever and put another one. They aren't required to pull out the old stuff, and there's no permits required to put in a duck blind. So it's out there, and like even if someone wanted to help on their fishing boat, they couldn't pull the piling out of the water. And I know we're not talking about huge pilings. We're talking about, at most, probably 8-inch pilings, at most. We pull them. They can't pull them out of the water, put them on their boat, and bring them back because they're waterlogged. Some of them are creosote still, etc. What I want to do is get the club kids out there and I want to get pictures and be able to document their experience with working on a barge, working with rigging, this kind of thing, to pull out those debris out of the water. It's not a navigable waterway, so the Coast Guard doesn't bother with it. We're just more for the flats. It's for the fishermen, especially the airboats. Those guys are burning the shorelines, and all of a sudden they hit what used to be a full-size duck blind. Well, now it's only sticking out this much out of the water, and it's a little deadhead. It's just a little piling sticking out of the water, and it can hit aluminum, fiberglass. It'll tear it up very quickly. Some of them still have bolts, lag bolts still going through it. So you have one lag bolt sticking up just above the water line, and it'll just rake right across their fiberglass.
So if you don't pick them up, that means we get rid of airboats one by one?
This is not an incentive. This is not an incentive.
Safety utmost, go ahead.
Safety up first and foremost. Yeah, so what industry loves, and when I go to industry, this is a similar speech I give, and I'll try to cut it down for this meeting. But what the industry loves is being able to show them a picture like, hey, here's your kid, here's the guy here's your candidate, the guy I'm trying to get over to your industry. This is him working with rigging. This is him pulling a dummy out of the water for a man overboard drill. This is him salvaging a boat. He can control himself. He respects the water. He can do it safely. What do you think? And that's an easy sell at that point, because they're getting in these guys that don't have any experience, and that's their competition, so to speak, for my kids. My guys are 18 years old, so they have already in their mindset like, oh, it's immature, he's young, he's gonna have to be looked after. And my job is to bring that and elevate that status in the recruiter's or HR's mind. So yeah, we would be working everywhere from, initially we would start from Lydia and Channel and work our way down towards Matagorda, and then come to a Rockport shoreline. But our AOR, our area of responsibility, is everywhere that the Coast Guard isn't. So, which we stay away from the navigable waterways. That's not, that's regulated pretty nicely as it stands. But when it comes to the shorelines, some of these boats can run in 6 inches, 4 inches of water. And there's debris there that no one cares about except for the boaters after they hit it.
Sure.
So that's something, that's a niche that we can fill, I believe. And it won't, to be clear, I'm not asking y'all for money or anything like that. This is purely for a letter of support from the navigation district that I can bring to industry to support this, or I can bring it and then use it to leverage against grants. So I can get better grant writing that way.
Sounds good.
We have a situation from the storm where we have a whole bunch of damaged piers. In their contract, it says you will remove your damaged piers. We have seen resistance for people just to do the right thing. Did we ever send out a letter?
We've sent out letters. Of course, what we get in return is usually not that pleasant. Their house was damaged, their pier was damaged, their business was damaged. There's a lot of, and many times legitimate excuses why they haven't started that removal. But if we could get your class also to help some of these homeowners who right now have proven to be incapable of removing those structures, that might be another service that you could look into.
And/or our remedy, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Benedum, that we remove it if they don't, and then put a lien on their property until they get paid back for that.
That's similar to
And so I
salvage.
guess that's a two-pronged thing, some charity for people that are stuck, and/or can we hire y'all, or y'all in a position to be able to do that with all the insurance and stuff to get that done for us, and then that would raise more money. Is that
Understood.
down the road, is that a possibility?
So that would be farther future. Pulling out pilings, especially these little pilings that we're talking about, duck blinds, is if you want to call it a gateway, it's an entry-level type of work. It's relatively simple, pretty easy to do, and I can still implement the safety practices like it was a heavy construction. In the Coast Guard, we would stop work completely if someone's glasses fell off. Like, all right, stop everything. I mean, everything would come to a grinding halt, and it stood us up because someone's safety glasses fell off, and we'd all come together. Why'd they fall off? How do we fix it? So that's what we do in the club. It's slow. We're so slow, but it's a learning environment. So we come together. We do the GAR model, green, amber, red, and we do a risk assessment. And as annoying as it is, now from the other side of the fence, I see why we do it. But remember, these kids are between 16 and 18 years old. I would put it out in the water, and every time there's any safety issue, all stop. shut everything down, let's get together, let's have a talk and get back to work. Now, once I get some kids that are proficient with doing the little work, then we'll level up, so to speak, and we'll go into pilings and piers. We've done it all, and we're capable of doing it. We have the equipment to do it. Now it's just training up the kids to be able to do it. And in all honesty, this is the same kind of story I'm getting from industry, too. They have the equipment, they don't have the labor. So what we're practicing and what we're teaching here, if I could get my kids to, if I show the HR, especially their safety soups, right, that we're stopping work and getting together and we're doing a risk assessment, they love it. Like, as soon as they hear risk assessment, y'all are doing risk assessments? Like, yes, let's hire that kid. He knows what I'm talking about. It's one less thing they have to worry about. But yes, peers, we have the capability to do it. It's not the problem.
You're not here to make business, you're here to train the kids.
Bingo.
Yeah.
So
To put
this,
them in the workforce.
yes, sir. This program, the nonprofit, the club, let's go with the club. The club kids right now we're completely self-sufficient. Right now, we're going out, we do fundraising. We do services like salvage. We do services like cleaning hulls, clearing fouled props, trailer repairs early in the morning, like 4:30, 5 in the morning. We were out there at Cove Harbor at one day, or a couple of days now, fixing trailer lights. Like, it's a big flex in Rockport if both your trailer lights work, right? Like, oh my gosh, you got blinkers and brake lights? That's cool. So,
It's a unicorn.
right. Like, holy smokes, like, who's doing that? Yeah, talk to these guys. And we put up our flag out there, and we do mobile trailer repair. They go fishing, they give us their credit card or PayPal or Cash App, whatever that is now. And I sit down and I observe for safety, and the kids, they park their trailers, the kids get to work, fix it all up. We have a Ranger box. We've rigged up a battery to test the lights, for example. We test it all out. And then, yeah, we're out there for about 4 or 5 hours and get out of there before it gets hot after lunch.
Nice job. I've watched you grow, and it's good to get an update. Congratulations on.
You picked up now something to do with diving and stuff, instructors or learning?
Yes, sir. The newest thing, so I showed you we were trying to focus more on our environmental stewardship now, because I feel like we're doing a really good job on our education, but we haven't done a whole lot with environmental stewardship, aside from like, we rebuilt an oyster reef out at Goose Island and like beach cleanups. And that's not really that fun for the kids, but, because it's not on the water, they want to get on the water for sea time. So yeah, the scuba diving is another aspect of that. We get paid to destroy the environment, the maritime industry in general. We burn diesel, we bump into everything, we tear up the ground, the seagrass, et cetera. And that's industry, that's how it works. However, if I can get these kids at their high school or even younger, because I have 8th and 7th graders in my club now, to go scuba diving and look and see what they're trying to protect. They go out on the oil platform and we can go look at the fish that we're like, it's beautiful down there. Like, you would never see that, even catching a Dorado. When you pull them up, give it 20 minutes and they turn up grayish color. They don't have that color. But underwater, they can see them interacting with each other. They're curious, they come up, they swarm you. When that interaction happens, something happens in their head and they're like, man, maybe I won't throw this plastic bottle in the water. And that's where it starts. It has to, even when they're out there and they're burning diesel and they're burning hundreds of gallons or whatever, it can start with the guy finish his water bottle and put it in the right receptacle. And that's what the scuba diving portion of this is that's what I'm trying to get at. So once they get, scuba diving is just a different perspective that I'm trying to give these students. Because with high schoolers and younger, it's hard for them to think of concepts, but rather than seeing it, it's much easier.
Sure. Good deal.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Mr. Benedum, have you approved their
You have,
submitted resolution?
you have a letter that they're requesting.
Letter of support, that's right.
We see.
This one.
There's an actual letter on that end of the paper.
That's it.
Oh,
This one here?
so where do I,
Yeah,
Give us-
we'll just need,
This one?
once you pass it, we'll need a signature on it.
okay.
Real deal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Yeah.
Motion to
It sounds like,
approve the letter?
it sounds like a really great program, and I really wholeheartedly support the signing this letter of support for this organization and this program.
I would be happy to second that.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So if I can, get something real quick. Who are you?
This is,
Don and Jeff Hunt.
this is the grant proposal that we asked for, that it's not a grant proposal for you guys, but it is the one that we asked for with, Gulf Trust and Jay Clayburg. I just have one copy. It's the financial amount. I know it's public, so it's for dissemination, I just don't want
Is
to.
that $1 million?
But, pardon me?
$1 million grant?
It's that we asked, the grant that we, working with Jay Clayburg on is, I believe it's $60,000.
54.
It includes, captains out on the water with the kids and the safety, that Josh
Maybe
is
have
requiring
John's
to it. So
scan it
it's just,
and
I just want you to have that for your record, so if y'all are asked about numbers or what it is, y'all know yourself.
Is it okay if we have Janine scan this and send it to all of us, so we just have?
Yes, ma'am, that's perfect. I
Thank
just
you.
wanted to let y'all have one, and I also given one to,
Mr.
Jerry, and
Bennett,
I've given one to Pete too, just because he's a contact with the GLO, because we will take this, your letter, and, Jay Clayburg and the Gulf Trust, which is actually HEB, has asked that we also get the GLO to sign off on it too, and we're in the process of, we have contacts in the GLO office, we're working on that right now too.
I've followed these guys through Jeff, and Jeff's used his skill set for the outside support, so Josh can get his hands-on job done. Is that a good assessment of what the
Best way to
perception
look at
is?
it is I'm Josh's hype man. That's all I am. I'm a hype man. I'm the lobbyist.
And Mr. Chairman, if I might, Jeff, as you all know, can bother people to death.
He does that.
Started bothering TxDOT about a year and a half ago. And there is money in their budget this time for educational outreach based on the research they did on this program. It's not specifically set aside yet, but I think because they independently went and looked or had people go and look at the program and decide it was something, that type of program is worthy of their support. So I want to follow back up with that.
On
Good.
August 28th, we have a meeting set up with the maritime director for the Texas Department of Transportation to meet with the ferry captains and that to see what we can work, how we can work together. It's just an
Great.
initial meeting.
Teach them how to crash boats.
Yes, sir. And if a representative from the navigation district would like to come up to that meeting too and make introductions to it, the gentleman we're meeting with is the director. And we'd love to help make y'all that contact also.
Stay in touch.
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, where's that agenda? Did we not vote on that?
We did vote.
We did already.
Okay, you did.
We voted yes.
Approve that Mr. Charles Potter, ACND Superintendent, can be added to the ACND American Bank account as authorized signature commencing May 29, 2025. I'd like to push that behind our next close with no objection to discuss. Anybody?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, everybody good? Okay. Number 11, Harbor Master Report, Mr. Brown.
Yes, since this meeting's a little long, I'll keep this brief. Memorial Day was a great celebration at Veterans Park. The guest speakers were some Gold Star families who lost loved ones in different conflicts around the world. It was very touching to hear their message. I was so proud to see so many Aransas County citizens attend. A couple of the military type older planes did a flyover during the event. You just couldn't ask for a better remembrance of those who served. So I didn't want to close this meeting without at least giving that shout out to all that chose to participate. Also in our Memorial Day numbers, I guess we've pretty much plateaued. Our numbers from 2024 and 2025 was only a few $100 difference from one another. I have the total breakdown. I think you have it in your packet. From tourist annual passes to daily passes, we have it all broke down for you. But really, there was very little difference in the 2 years. So I guess that shows some stability there. Also, also, I attended the Texas Department of Emergency Management seminar that was put on in Fort Worth. It really leads to the importance of getting some of these pre-contract things done before these storms. I think that was a lesson learned in Harvey, when the storm basically hit here in Rockport and then bumped all the way down the coast, all the way to Houston, basically destroying a large segment of our coastal area. And everyone along the coast were all pursuing the same type of expertise. So having that pre-staged I think is important, and I think y'all worked today towards getting us better prepared for a disaster. And other than that, I'll close on that.
I'd like to, just sort of a postscript to your meeting. I know that office staff, Janine, Ann, and others whose names I don't recall, put in a significant amount of time to make it a smoother Memorial Day weekend. And I played tag for 4 days with Captain Nathan Anderson, and we've missed each other. And just for the humor part of it, when he called me on Thursday, my screen read scam likely. So we've missed each other. But the point is they went out of their way to try a new, getting traffic through the gates, etc. And it appeared to have some really good results. I was waiting for a comment from the police chief to see how he felt about it. But I think we can say safely that it went well.
Yes,
And
I
they should be
mean,
congratulated.
we're pretty versed on how to move traffic. We can move people through the gate, and most of the time when we have the backup, it's not about the gate. It's about the cars basically dead ending into the beach road, where you have cars going 3, 4, 5 miles an hour where they're trying to look for their particular spot, or you got kids or whatever running across the street. It really slows it down. So when you have at least in-town speed traffic of 30, 35 miles an hour, and we start dead ending into something that's going 5 miles an hour, it tends to back that up. But as far as moving people through our gates, now that we have the 2 gates, Janine and all of our staff who work that process, we can push some people into Rockport Beach. There's no doubt about that. What's a little different about 4th of July than some of our other holidays is the 4th of July Art Festival is going on right here on the festival grounds. That tends to slow things down. We also have a citizenry that is not exiting at dark. They're getting there at dark. So generally on most of the holidays, if you've been out on the beach 4 or 5 hours, you've kind of had your fill, and they start filtering out. Where on 4th of July, you keep having more and more arriving because they're there to see the fireworks show. So we have a little bit different traffic flow. So I think the help that you've engaged the Rockport Police Department should help us in that respect. But it will still back up. It will back up just because of where and how the citizen is using the facility a little differently during the 4th of July. But thanks for your notice that the staff knows how to push some cars through that gate. But thank you.
Okay, Chairman and Commissioners reports on, update on ACND environmental and safety issues relating to Little Bay and other district properties. I think that my report is going to be, Charlie Belair and the, Master Naturalist providing natural and native plant filtration at some of the outfalls and intakes for draining into Little Bay and other places. They have worked with the city to get this done. It's a great project, and I'd like to thank them for keeping it up, and they have a lot of good plans to get done. Anybody else? Okay, let's go into a closed meeting again. The commission will recess this meeting for a closed meeting, Texas Open Meetings Act, private consultation with attorney under section 551 of the act. Subjects including others may include ACND organization structure, rules of decorum and procedure, contracts for legal and related support services following the closed meeting. The commission will reconvene. If anybody wants to be notified to come back, let us know. I'd like to also introduce Raul. Raul, as if y'all don't know, has been doing our IT for a long time, and good to see you. And that's
20 plus years.
there you go. So
That's where our money's going.
that's who that guy is.
Hey,
open session. We need to go back to number 10. On the previous issue was to approve Charles Potter, ACND Superintendent, can be added to the ACND American Bank operating accounts as authorized signature commencing May 29, 2025. What I would like to see at this point, when we're becoming somewhat rudderless as you spend a lot of time out, Keith, is have one of the two commissioners assigned. But my problem, even though I had utmost confidence in his integrity and his ability and the things to get it done, I think we need to keep it at a higher level. And I would like to propose that two commissioners get named to be the second signature on the account, if necessary, while you're out. Only one of them needs to sign, and we need to decide who that would be if y'all agree. And that's my proposal.
Do we need, Jerry, do we need to change our bonding for the commissioners?
Oh, that's an issue.
Right now, the commissioners don't touch any checks, don't touch any finances. That is your buffer away from all that. The reason why we picked Charles is he's our next most senior person with 30 years experience. All this is because all of our checks need two signatures to pass. Back in the day, Robbie was the signator, and then I was the second. Then Janine, after Robbie's retirement, Janine became my second. And right now, with me departing here in the next 30 days, at least so we can pay bills, having a second. But if we start going into rebonding and those type of things, because now you're basically touching something that's financial, that may change the whole concept of.
Is he bonded?
Yeah, he's one of our employees.
So he's bonded.
But a separation from the commissioners, who was, in theory, was just policy and voting.
And what you left out is the signers before and the problems that came up from that most recently is why I think that we want an upper level person. Wasn't Carrie Goodall signing checks?
She was only in absence of our regular signers. We had 3 signers at that point. Once she departed, we just left it at 2. But now with me fixing to depart, we gotta at least get to 2 where we can. Part of the reason why we thought of Charles, and the reason why Janine and I are basically signers, is we do not have the ability to cut a check. We cannot go into the system and develop a check and print it out of the system. We can only sign a check. So,
that would be the same.
and that would be the same with Charles. He has no ability to cut a check. He would only be a signer on the check. But if we're going to go with commissioners now signing, then we'll have to get into that.
And it'll only be short term until executive director is hired, but we don't answer the bonding situation or any other problems with it.
No, that was
a good one.
That was the only reason why we went with the next senior employee that didn't have ability to cut checks.
And hadn't been here long term.
Yeah, he's what, 25 years, 30 years.
So when he signed that check, that you're gonna explain to him what going on beyond that checks, everything details?
Yes, everything gets listed, there's several steps, procedures that you go through to get to that point of actually signing a check.
Right.
So there's several different points that you.
Checks and balances.
Checks and balances, and each person who actually, at that, whatever checks and balances, is a different person, and that's why we went with Charles.
Yeah, we don't want to go in there and you make a phone call and say, hey, I need you to sign this so I can cut the check.
It can't happen.
And then, I'm just saying that. So at the end, you can't point the fingers, hey, Charlie, what did you sign the check for? Oh, I don't know. Janine told me to come here and sign the check. That's what I want to see.
And all those still come through the same check register that y'all see at each one of y'all's.
But it'd be too late. It'd be too late by the
Yeah,
time we see it.
but you would have the record of it.
Right.
Thank you.
Tony, I have a little specific at that bonding question. I was commissioners are automatically covered by your bond.
If it's at a different level.
But it's the level that I'm not sure about.
Yeah, we get bonded individually.
Yeah, but it may not cover what we're talking about here about.
So financially,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, since you're still on board, it'll be in and out.
Yeah.
Can we just table it until next week?
Yeah.
Or the 16th?
It's not urgent,
Yeah.
but we just, and there's the whole process we gotta go through with the bank itself.
Right.
And that was their request, that a vote of the commission so would allow him to become a
Absolutely.
signer.
Which is a corporate resolution.
Okay.
So you're just gonna table?
Table without objection? Okay, table. All right.
Could you make a note to see if you can find and send me a copy of the bond?
Okay, number one is consider possible action approving amendment of rules of procedure, conduct, and decorum for the ACND Commission. Ms. Vlasic.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna interrupt you here. There's a draft on my desk that I didn't finish editing, commenting on, so if Judy's not ready for it, it's my fault, not hers.
I was gonna say, yes, I finished my section of it, which is doing research with other NAV districts, other entities, put that together, and it's at Jerry's desk, and Jerry has his suggestions and rewrites, I'm sure.
I made it partway through, I didn't finish it.
Okay.
That's my fault.
It's not that pressing.
Okay, this has been on the agenda 3 times now?
Twice.
Only twice? Okay.
one more time.
What I would like to know at this point is, what are you trying to change? You have done this on your own, by yourself,
No,
what it looks like to me.
Well,
Have you been
no.
working with it?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay, so there's 2 commissioners, and Mr. Benedum, and we did not take a vote or consensus to embark on this, which means that you're outside of decorum, but what I would like to know is what you are trying to change. Where are you going with, what problems are you solving?
Well, we have, first of all, everyone, we had discussed it and everyone knew that this was going on because we've talked about it several times, that this is an issue. And there's a lot, I mean, the last rules of decorum, what, 15 years ago? And things have become more complicated. Our organization has become more complicated. We did look at, and there have issues that have come up that have not been covered with our rules of decorum. And we just thought it was time to update. And I looked specifically, I spent some time looking at, going through the rules of decorum at the Port of Corpus Christi. And so, and we leaned fairly heavily on that. Jerry, I think at this point we can get it finished up, and when you're finished, then we can get a copy out to everyone, and you'll have time to look it over.
Some
You have
of
any
it was,
questions?
where the meetings were held, some of it
Sure,
was
there's-
timing of the meetings.
Those were some of the
what was-
minor things.
Yeah, there was other minor, changes that,
Well-
just to update it.
Yeah, those are obvious.
Yeah.
What else?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
open your eyes and you.
I'm
Hello.
listening. Oh, I'm sorry, I did miss your wave.
My name's Commissioner
Mr.
De Leon.
De Leon.
My Commissioner De Leon's my name.
Sorry, I was listening.
Okay, so what I suggest, and that's up to y'all, since what he addressed, what Mr. Commissioner, what was your name?
Moore?
Yeah, Commissioner Moore addressed, where are you coming from on this part, Judy, is I would ask to recommend your line item number 10 to say, consider and possible action on updating the rules of form, since it's been 15 years. Am I not right?
No. That's okay.
That
We
way,
can
that
do
way,
next
that way,
time.
it's on here, we vote for it now, and then y'all can get it fixed and prepare it back. Because what's gonna happen,
In other words, you're addressing Tommy's concern.
concern,
The whole commission hadn't said, yeah, we want to change it.
right,
And so then we can launch the project of doing it. Okay,
correct. Am I right or wrong?
that'd be appropriate, it certainly would.
Thank you.
And I'd also like Commissioner Vlasic to answer my question, what else are you changing, other that you would think needs to be changed, other than the basics that we discussed, which I obviously.
Well, Jerry,
So-
you're the one who's worked on the latest version. What do you, can you answer that?
I think that you'll have, a continuing issue with, defining the role of the commissioners, individual commissioners, and the relationship of the commissioners with your staff. Right now, you have 3 or 4 projects going on that individual commissioners are handling or instituting in some way, rather than taking it through the executive director's position, or bringing the executive director in and saying, can I help and work with you on that issue?
And those would be?
Cop doc,
Say that again?
your law enforcement doc, your traffic patterns, condition of the building, I mean, there's any number of things going on where each of you are reaching out and doing something. I'm not saying that in itself is good or bad. You need to adopt some kind of protocols so know what else is going on and you have some control over it. Otherwise, you've got 5 people here who are going out and potentially making contacts with outside people, bringing in numbers and even bids, instead of coordinating it as a whole or through the executive director. That's one of the issues I think should be addressed. I'm not trying to solve it right now, Tommy. The question is, whether the things that could be addressed in your rules of procedure, and that's one of them, can be better addressed. I think it'd be better addressed also. Pardon me, with regard to how, and when, individual commissioners can communicate with staff below the level of the executive director. But you have issues right now, for example, you told us you've been talking with Charles. Well, if you're just talking with Charles in your capacity as a tenant, and you talk about things involving actually your tenant spot, that's okay. If you're talking with Charles about his position, his duties, communicating with him as an employee, which runs both directions, that means then he now feels like he doesn't have to go through the chain of command. That employee now has a direct in to the commission level. So there's things I think y'all could address when you look at this, at your rules to form.
Okay, any others?
Communication, for instance, where everybody will know exactly when, agenda items are need to be distributed, or
Yeah, we discussed that.
Well, actually, it covers it very well. What we
We
need to be
discussed
doing,
that already.
obviously, and of course, we're guilty
I
about it.
think we,
it'll be written down, that's what the,
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
was-
Well, that's in
I think
there.
we set up a cut date, cutoff
More
date now.
updated.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
in there. I mean, it's in there. Any others?
Oh, yeah, there's another one comes to mind. I think y'all need to further, define the powers of the chairman. Legally, the chairman position is as the presiding officer of your meeting. He doesn't have any other authorities other than what you've given him or allow him. And so, in your current rules, that's covered to some extent, but I think not as well as it should be.
Okay. Any others?
That's enough, let's go.
I think that's enough.
That covers it? Is that enough, or does it cover it?
Well, I think that's some of the major.
Some of the stuff that needs to be
It's a couple
addressed
of
and
the
updated.
things. So we can get that, I mean, our plan is to, Jerry, finish it up, send it out and.
As a draft.
As a draft, correct?
Yeah, I need to get out my dust brush and knock the dust off that corner of my desk.
I mean,
So
we're
the
not-
other things you don't wanna discuss?
What?
The other two things, I think I got a couple from, that you said a couple.
Oh, what are those?
Well, I don't know, I've been asking.
Well, the point here is that, as I understand, Martin's interest is not in trying to identify everything or solve anything. It's to say, does the group want to go forward with a project to look at amending the
Right.
rules? This is the first step in Martin's view.
Exactly.
Well, for example, I mean, this is a really simple example, but it's kind of something that needs to be clarified. We had a previous commissioner who gave a group permission, his permission, to go set up a display on our property without checking with the executive director. Well, as it turned out, that was a conflict, that was creating a problem. And so this codifies, or not codifies, because that's not the correct word, but this spells it out so that doesn't happen again, because we don't want to be in the position of somebody telling a group, yes, sure, not a problem, and it is a problem.
Any others?
But those are ones,
Those are,
I think those ought to be adequate examples to move forward with Martin's suggestion, which is, do we want to pursue the project of amending? And if so, then should you now finish that draft and we'll distribute it?
That wasn't my question, but, okay, very good, we'll move on.
I'll take a stab at your answer.
Leave it
Mr.
on the
Moore.
table, I didn't ask.
I've been working on it, somebody else make the motion.
So we're gonna have a vote on that?
No.
That's what I was asking.
Excuse me, Mr.
We're-
Chairman,
We're gonna table it.
you did ask the
You?
people working on this for what else was there.
Okay.
Now, would you like me to take a stab at addressing that, sir?
No, but I think you have every right to do so.
Thank you. It seems that since you sat in this desk and brought this up, that you're looking for a chapter and verse rendition of what's been worked on.
No, I just wanna know what
But
the
you
problems
keep
are.
asking for what's next, what else, what's next, what else?
And is that all? I thought you,
He just wants
did
to
you have some
address
comments on what other things we're working on?
No, I'm just addressing your
Okay.
behavior.
Perfect. Let's move on.
I make a
Without
motion.
objection, we'll leave it on the table. You wanna
I'm gonna make a motion.
make a motion?
I want to make a motion to consider possible action on updating the rules of procedure, conduct, and decorum for the Aransas County Navigation District, and have Commissioner Velasquez and Councilman, General Counsel Jerry Bigham to update these policies and bring it to us as a draft.
Yeah, not lieutenant counsel, general counsel.
Lieutenant General Counsel?
Commissioner Wright has been involved. Would you like to amend that to include him?
Yes.
That's fine, I don't care, as
Well,
long as it gets done.
so
Commissioner
I'm
Wright,
making a motion,
yes,
baby.
and Commissioner Wright
And they've been doing
to,
it on their own, so that's good.
so you can go for it.
Okay,
Maybe this will help.
second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
You voted,
Yep.
too.
Well, I didn't have a problem with it, I just wanna know what the hell's going on. Okay, this is gonna be good. Deliberate possible action, the corporate structure or organizational structure, and final job descriptions for executive director, harbor master, approval to publish notice of job opening, for 60 days, of course, that's an option, that was my suggestion, and, so, here we go. We've had some
Here we go.
structures presented, and we were supposed to go through Mr. Benham last week to be prepared to make a decision to put this out, and we're not at this point, so, Commissioner De Leon, I know you had some ideas. Let's start with
Which
those.
one you want to address?
Well, let's start with corporate structure, and
Okay.
then we can go from there.
I did a draft of, 2 corporate structures. You want to call it corporate structure, or you want to call it,
Org structure,
or you can just consider it as the structure for the organization here. And I gave each one of you a copy of it. I had done it on the USB, but evidently, she can't pull it up. It's on the presentation, so, anyway, so I drafted these 2. Just my opinion, an example of it. You would have, the first one, you would have commissioners, and you have the executive director / harbor master. And then you'd have 2 people under him, well, actually, the whole group would be under him, but then you have two immediate supervisors. One is the field supervisor, the other one is an office manager. And then it breaks down the office manager for operations of the beach, the counting, the booth attendants, the pavilions, cleaners, cleanup people from the pavilions. And then on the other side, you had field supervisor, you have the harbor operations, the beach crew cleaners, and the maintenance and utilities, which is basically bathrooms and that sort of maintenance at the docks and stuff. On the other structure, you have the commissioners, and then you have / office manager, executive director, harbor master, and then you have a field supervisor. You would break the office manager completely and eliminate them from any other position other than in the inner office, basically, is what these two structures are. So, that's my input. Y'all decide what y'all wanna do. If y'all got something else, that's fine. I'm Danny, I'm not offended by what I did. It's there.
No, I'm not offended. I'm glad that you put this together.
Absolutely, that's what we want
But
is,
I do,
is
I will,
engagement.
I'd like to offer this little bit of, this is my advice. We are in the process of finding a new executive director, and I think that person may very well have some input.
Sure.
We'd like to have some input, so I would, my suggestion would be just to defer this.
To table it.
To table it until after we have a new interim director, and then I think it would be appropriate to revisit this.
I put this in place because that's what y'all have on the agenda, though.
Sure, and we're glad you did.
Thank you, Martin.
Sure.
You wanna talk, Jen? Are you gonna give us some input, or should I go to
All
the
I
next
said was
person?
thank you.
That's
Do
it.
you want some input?
No,
Okay.
I'll tell you, I like the top one where it's commissioners followed by executive director, broken down to office manager and field supervisor.
So,
That's my preference if
That's
I was
pretty much
asked.
what we are right now.
I know.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
it?
and
That's
let's,
what we've been running on it for 100 years.
and let's name that number one. Are you good with that, Mr.
I
Daly?
don't care. That's number
Okay.
one.
And it's commissioners, executive director, over office manager, over field supervisor.
Everything funnels through the executive director.
Right, and are you indicating in number two, we can call that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, number two, that the office manager and the executive director report to the commissioners?
Yes.
Would you like to discuss why that's a bad idea that you've told me?
Well, that idea number two,
Yeah, just two different people
I
report.
think as a practical matter, you're gonna find that troublesome. Because you're gonna wind up having two people report directly to you, and neither of them control the other. So they have some kind of issue between them, a disagreement. It may be a friendly disagreement, it may be, I think what I do this, the other one says, no, you need to do that. And you're gonna need more than 2 meetings a month. You may be in here every other day, you know? You're getting into micromanagement at that point, where you're trying to solve, that's the principal issue I see there.
Yeah.
And I think the concept of having one chief executive, you give that person the authority and the responsibility to run the operation. They either succeed or they don't. And you get enough metrics, you get enough reports at your regular meetings to assess that. And they're not doing their job, then, you know,
I understand. I have another comment on my deal. The other thing too, that really concerns me is putting a title to these positions. Like an executive or director. I don't feel that we're that huge to be able to put that. This is just a small organization. Just stick with the actual deal. Manager, administrator is fine, field supervisor. When we put executive name to it, you talk about starting to dish money out and pay them for the position.
the title executive director is one that's recognized.
No, that's fine up there. The top is fine.
Yeah.
Cause it's part of the government code, the water code. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with
That's in
that,
the
but
law.
everything
You
under,
other than-
I'm talking about everything under
So
that.
again, that'll be, I think that can wait till we get it.
And if I still have the floor for a moment, I encourage the thought that you're not trying to make any big changes at this stage.
No.
I mean, your staff's already in place or working, you have 3 audits you're gonna get finished before you're caught up. And you don't need to stir the pot more than necessary.
Two.
Well, you have.
Two
That's about,
This was,
23 and 24.
yeah, but you're gonna be behind
Yeah.
on the 25.
I think this was addressed, this was brought to issue when we saw the other structure that was given to us the last meeting. I think, who made that, you or he?
Tommy did the.
No, 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 no. The color one,
You, Janine did
the
one.
color one. You did it? Okay, see, that's what we're trying to address.
So-
That was a little bit too much, and that's why we went this way, and I guess that's why that was put on the agenda. So that's what we did. So, it's, we don't have to do it, we don't have to act on it now.
I recommend that look at things alternative to what you have right now as something for forward-thinking study. You have a system right now that is working well enough, I suppose. It certainly is, the wheels aren't coming off the bus as far as I know. And so you're probably on a short term, I get the impression y'all think you're on a pretty short term plan for finding a permanent executive, right?
We're hoping.
Yeah, and so I recommend you don't stir the pot now, knowing that when you
Sure.
get an permanent executive director, whether that's Janine or somebody else, that may be time to change some of this and just stir the pot again. And all you're doing is adding confusion and chaos in your office. And I think that's not urgent to get that, make those changes today, considering the.
This is something we asked for in January, or last year back, to bring it in place in January. It never got brought to us. So we're trying to get it fixed.
And along all those lines, you and I had that discussion of why you don't want two to go together. And does anybody have any objection to that? Does anybody want to follow that and have some input of having 2 people report? No? Okay.
What, I object to having to, I think it's more streamlined to have an executive director and everything goes through that process.
Absolutely, absolutely. I just, we're covering
okay, so that's-
Mr. Day. To me, this, in my mind, going into this for the last 3 or 4, probably 2 months, has been, we've got to make some decisions. I have worked with Jerry as far as what we can do or should do as the board for a corporate structure. I 100% believe that the CEO or executive director should be the person we hire and controls that and can change that as they see fit down the road while answering to the board. What I put forth, and I don't know if y'all have it, I put it forth last week, and we can pass it around, was to solve some problems that I think are coming on the horizon. We have $8 to $9 million in the bank, or on the way from FEMA, I guess it is, to make that amount, which, just look at it as 20% of the money that we could leverage or more to bring in more funds to get these projects, which our capital projects far outweigh that $9 million. What I would like to see, and I'm putting forth, is a CEO that isn't on the ground doing harbor master duties, who goes where and what boats, overseeing this maintenance supervisor, that sort of thing. That person should have finance, they should have some construction experience, they should have accounting experience and degree or what have you, knowledge of office operations, and be the community relations person, which Keith has been so good at bringing all of those people in. And here's our problem. We need to decide whether we're going out for a CEO with those qualifications, experience, and abilities, and we don't have a true harbor master, which I put in here their responsibility: maintenance, construction, harbor operations, and stormwater management. In the job, and what I'd like to see us do is go for both. I'm perfectly willing to go for that executive level person, to get that done. But what I see is the harbor master is the field, you're the face, like you've been doing. You're the face of that operation. And, you know, what I was told, I like to send them to Keith. You talked to Keith about that, that's above my pay grade. To be able to do that, but more of the, face of the district. You mentioned the beach person would handle the, festivals and stuff. She better be tough, or he better be, I'll pick one, is my understanding why I say she. It better be tough, because I know those people throw those festivals. So I think that person should be the interface to that, to a certain point, be able to delegate.
Yeah, they have to be involved in that, because that is, a lot of times they have big dreams and lacking in planning. So you really gotta help them pull their plans together to make it actually successful. And that takes a lot of time and effort to do that, because they come with a dream and then they wanna turn it into an event.
Yeah. Reality. Some are good and they do a good job. Anyway, that's on that side of things. And then, of course, the maintenance superintendent reports to them with maintenance there. And then under that, the district secretary, which is what I knew, I think your title now was, until yesterday, congratulations, was executive assistant?
Assistant.
Okay.
Administrator.
Administrator, that's what it was, I was told today. Anyway, to me, that person should be, and you've taken on so much more on this thing, and so I see that. But the district executive administrator is compliance, which I think that, to me, that's the biggest part of your job, or the job that needs to be done with all the government requirements and all the things that have to be done on time and done, coordinating all the meetings. You have some other things that should go that direction. And then next to that would be the accounting assistant or accounting manager. These are all on the same line underneath the CEO. And that accounting manager assistant handles the people, the marina manager, the gate personnel, because they're bringing in the money and doing that sort of thing. And then the beach manager manages all the beach facilities and the rental and operations. And they have a dotted line to either the harbor master and the superintendent to make sure things are cleaned up. I was hoping everybody would pitch in on a job description for that chief executive officer, because there is no doubt there will be a chief executive officer, right? I guess the question is, what goes into that job description to get that person to be able to handle those things? So I guess my question to the other commissioners, can y'all get behind having more of a financial person that will really be able to handle all the grants and the leverage of possibly another 80 million dollars that we'll be managing, trying to get some of these projects done. And so
I think a lot of it's gonna be what kind of recruits you attract.
absolutely.
That's right.
Because I'm on a couple of selection committees right now for some other ports. What I'm seeing in their talent pool that's being applied for,
Weak.
at times, I guess you could say that, Martin, it's not as strong as what people anticipated.
Exactly. Always happens.
Can I answer your question?
In your special way.
Well, thank you. This is great. I like it. I also like Martin's. And I think we could leave them both on the table, and then when we're interviewing the person that we ultimately hire, we make the decision as to where does that person fit, as to is it somebody that brings to the table accounting expertise, etc., or is it a hands-on job similar to what Keith is now? You can have them both and make the determination based upon who you hire.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is advertise for both, see what comes in.
No, add it.
No,
No.
you go for the highest possible,
Okay.
and then you worry about what
falls
shows
in
up.
behind that, and I'm all for that. That's a good thing.
Let me suggest, as a fairly compact list, look at the job description, the duties that are in a chief's contract. Have you looked at that?
Yes.
I think it's a pretty good list of
Yeah.
the scope know that's what you're looking for, so it's a job description that you can hand to an applicant. You're not gonna put this whole job description in an advertisement, it's too expensive. You're gonna advertise for a position, you're not gonna put in an ad this big.
Well, that's not how we do it anymore, Jerry. We get online and all those things are in the job description that you put online.
Somebody brought us,
A more, I guess you would say, not so condensed version.
But, and that's where I got most of these ideas in this job description was off of existing things that were out there.
Yeah, all right. If I may,
Yeah.
if I may continue. So, in the job, application and announcements that you put in a published newspaper, you want it to be just very brief and general.
exactly.
And you probably then refer them to your website, and on your website you can have more detail.
Does it have to go in papers, newspapers?
I think you should.
Yeah, we still do.
I think it should. Actually, I think that just would satisfy a lot of local people.
Yeah.
Does it have to go in? If you published it on our website, Indeed, blah, blah, blah,
No,
just
it
curious,
needs to be in the public.
maybe?
From a state law perspective, probably not.
Good.
From
That's all I was.
civil rights sort of aspects, yeah, somebody come in and say, well,
It's true.
you didn't advertise it, where I can see it.
Yeah, I'm just asking, do we have it?
That's a good point.
That's all it was.
And it's another way in which you might get a candidate, so.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine with it. We need to go out. We have a very serious job that needs to be done. We're in a transition point, and I think it's very important that we go out for the best we can to address the needs that we have today and in the future is why I hope we will go out and come together, because we really need to get it done today. I know y'all are ready for another marathon, but come up with a job description, because we're late.
6
And
months.
I would like to also keep that open unless the perfect candidate comes along, and of course, we could close it down, but for up to 60 days after publishing.
You done?
Yeah,
Okay. Can I step in?
sure.
All right. The one that was given to us, which is 5 pages long, you saw it, everybody's seen it. I did a little bit of redlining to it. Redlining means it doesn't need to be put in there. So a lot of the stuff was repetitious.
Do we have a red line copy, or is that just yours?
No, this is mine. I gave it to her.
All right.
It's up on the screen, because I didn't want to, I ran out of ink. That's why I say,
In your highlighter.
it'd be another $30-something, so I wasn't ready to purchase that at this point in time. Anyway, so I redlined the paper that we were given on the supposedly advertisement that was gonna be added. So I think the educational part that was given to us was the minimum of a high school. I think we need to have at least some kind of degree in an accredited college that says that. But we need to name as to what degree we need to get into, whether it's marine biology or some type of,
Well,
some type of degree that fits the program here, what we're looking for. One of the other things too was the experience, and it was listed as 3 years. I think we need to have at least 5 years of progressive responsibility and experience in a similar position that we have. That's the norm when I'm looking at government. You have to have a minimum of at least 5 years experience. And if you get into a higher position like this, you would probably be looking at something with a master's or a bachelor's degree in this position. That's my input, and y'all can do what y'all want to do with the rest of it. But I just think it was too much overkill on that ad. We need to break it down to about a page so that we can get it down in there. Just the basic details. All this other stuff.
This wasn't the ad, this was just overall.
That's a
Yeah,
concept.
so all this could be discussed with the individual that comes in. This is what you're gonna be expected to have, go from there, after we do. One of the other things we need to discuss too is we're gonna do a hiring committee, or who's gonna make the decision here, or how are we gonna process this? We're gonna get 10, 12 applicants, which I doubt it. We're gonna narrow it down to 2, 3, and then interview that with the commissioners or employees and commissioners. How are we gonna do that? This is the things that we need to figure out right now.
Agreed. Did you review the possible or draft, chief executive officer that I put through?
Yeah, it's too many pages. Needs to be narrowed down to one page.
Okay, well, number 1 on required qualifications, bachelor's degree in finance, accounting, business and administration or related field, minimum 5 years experience in operations and financial management, in-depth knowledge of accounting principles, financial reporting, budgeting, financial analysis.
That's good.
This is a 2-page, 2.5. So, one thing you put forth is covered in that. Who else has some input?
I would like to, could I have a little bit of input?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I would like to turn to the person who's been doing this job for 18 years. Can you give us an idea, doesn't have to be an exact order, what do you see as the highest, what would you put more priority on for the job for the person that we're looking for?
Well, that's kind of that's a hard question to
Yeah,
ask.
that's why I asked it.
Because in its current configuration, this job is so broad. You're dealing with finances of the district, but you're also dealing with the users of the properties. So there's gonna be someone that's gonna carry more experience than in one area than in others.
Right.
So when you're interviewing, you're gonna have to weight that on what you think this person's going to be able to do. I think they have to be agreeable. They have to be able to problem solve, because the things that come up are not ordinary. When I sat in one of the job interviews for one of the other groups, there was a Coast Guard guy that came in and interviewed, and they said, well, if this problem comes up, how do you solve that? They said, well, you go to the manual and you look under that on your, and it's gonna tell you how to do it. The problem is when these issues come up that we face and have faced, there's no book that tells you how to solve it. So I think, there may be someone that has a degree, but that's all they have. They have no real world experience. When someone has a boat sinking out here or an oil spill, none of that's gonna help them. But I think it's just gonna have to, I think you can stack your application or your advertisement however you want. It's really gonna come down to your interviewing and what kind of candidates are available. And I think you're gonna have to take the best of what you find.
Yeah.
And I'd say absolutely on that. Go ahead.
Does everybody have a copy of what Tommy wrote?
No, I guess I was.
Well, all right, that's fine. Let me say this. Tommy's got a 2-pager. It has bold headings and it has 2 to 4 points underneath each bold heading. I think I could take this and this afternoon, reduce it to a page or even 3/4 of a page with the bold portions, financial strategy and planning, and a bullet point. Financial reporting and analysis, probably not different than financial ability. And get it down to where we have a short kind of, cannon approach as opposed to scattergun approach, and see if we can't do that. Could probably do the same thing with Martin's, but this one lays out in a way that I already am comfortable with. And I'd send it out to everybody and let you take a look at it today.
It don't matter.
I think having some experience of dealing with state and federal agencies is important.
Absolutely.
plus.
And that's,
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
We have not taken this serious. We're behind the 8 ball. What I would like to do is and I have another one it's got a lot of the same, get some of those things. And what we were gonna do last time is we were gonna get with Jerry clear them all through him. He was gonna come up with a document, and then we could come in and make a decision. What I would like to do, since you need a little time, I'm sure there's stuff missing. Those were just frameworks. I was hoping that y'all would put them in. The one submitted by Janine was just way too complicated across the board. And, just a lot, very repetitive stuff. You see how much was redlined out of there. It need to be simple and basic, and would like to get these to you. And my thought was, y'all are gonna take these frameworks and put your input of more of what's in there instead of less. Maybe less. We don't want that person doing that. But what I'd like to do is set a special meeting for next Monday, or if that doesn't
Won't
work,
be here.
another day, to focus on this in the next week and get this into a document that we can really collaborate on, because right now we can't.
I would suggest to go ahead and let Keith create the criteria for the position, since he's the one been working on it. It shouldn't take you that long to do it. So
Well,
let him do it, and then, present it to us, or email it to us.
But what you got wasn't really an advertisement. It was an
I understand.
overview of kind of what I do,
I
and let
understand.
y'all take that and construe and pull whatever you wanted and build an actual.
Well, there you go.
I
You're-
guess you would say, advertisement. Tommy, we can take what you have and any
Sure.
input that any of y'all give, we can run that through Jerry, and we'll make a condensed version that's advertisable.
I think Martin's on a good track here. You have somebody who has 18 years of experience in the job, and part of his job is hiring people. And so.
Exactly.
He has the expertise we need to hand him the thought and say, please create a grand advertisement for your job. It would,
Well, supposedly that's what you were gonna do, and I have a feeling you didn't have a lot of input into what was submitted as your idea.
It was just an overall overview of.
You put some
what-
things, yeah, you didn't write that.
No,
I've
no, I
known you
didn't
for
write
16
that. No,
years,
no.
so, well, if we can get a little bit simple, I mean, I agree, you should have some input. Can we go with one of these basic plain
Yeah.
language framework and then add and subtract from that? And y'all can pick whichever one you want. And absolutely, we need your input. Whoa, Jerry first?
let me suggest this, and try to pare down the process. Let Keith create a proposed job advertisement. The one that will be posted on your website. And send that out, and then you all can make some comments on that. How's that?
I don't have a problem with you and him
Yeah.
doing it.
We'll work on it.
I mean, because it needs to happen immediately.
It does.
We don't need to, you already know what our input is, and you decide it to that, to
And
the.
get it out to
Yeah.
y'all within the next years.
And let's remember, what's the purpose, what's the objective at this stage? The objective is to
Get applicants.
inform potential candidates of what the qualifications of the job might entail. And then, we're gonna come in here and none of them are fit to bill exactly.
Right.
Some of them might file an application that won't fit it at all. And so, it's in that interviewing process, you're gonna finish winnowing out and shaping what this job body will be,
Right.
right?
Based on the candidates.
And your job description is not, it's in your advertisement, is not a legally binding contract. It's not like this person can come back later and say, oh, you said in the advertisement, I need to have this,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
Does
maybe-
anybody else have?
I'm just saying, if the objective is to get applicants in, you'll have some of the qualities that you want.
What I would say to Keith is, what I would look for, just take your input with your job, and imagine that you've got somebody sitting in front of you, and you're gonna go down this and say, what do you bring to the table relative to this? It's what Keith does. What are you gonna do What do you have, what experience do you have? Tell me what you bring to the table.
I'll put something together, I'll run it by y'all. Really what it is we're fishing. We're throwing out some bait and we're trying to see what kind of bites we get.
Well, here's what I will tell you. I have had four local people call me personally and express interest. I've not told anybody who those four people are, and nor will I, but they're waiting
For the advertisement.
for something to break.
Yeah.
Yes,
Exactly.
and I have probably the same, and I'm not totally sure on their qualification.
And I
Anybody
have
else?
one person.
Okay, what about on the process and the job description? Any more input there?
No, I think we decided on
Okay, we didn't decide anything.
no.
Yeah, we did.
right.
We
The-
decided to talk to
Well, you
Chris.
did. Okay, here's the problem with that plan. That plan y'all are talking about, and you talk about it, that's the interview process. If we don't put down what we want that will guide us to that final person, then we're a little aimless. And that's all I'm trying to do is get, this is the perfect wish list for this project as we see the need of it as the commission. And absolutely, I thought we were gonna get that from Keith. But the point that gives us to, this is how they get, picked as they come in.
Good.
And we all agree on it, okay, which is what we were supposed to do, and we're running out of time.
So under this process, we start, we get applicants coming in. During that process, during that time, 60 days you propose, which is not an unreasonable time. Usually, it also shows working on refining that product you're interested in, which is the definitive list of what you really want that person to have, right?
And is there not, like Jack's idea was, put the top need under each heading to bring the right people in. And the top is not necessarily the top in that document I put out. And the top might be the third, I don't know.
But in terms of priority.
Exactly, and what's important in each one of those.
The point is, you might sort of prioritize it ahead of time, but that might not match, probably won't match the people you get.
I understand, but if you put the menu out there, it's gonna discourage people that are not qualified.
Yeah.
And I think that's important for our time.
Yeah.
Martin asked a question that I haven't heard the answer to yet, and that is, are all 5 of us, 6 of us, 7 of us, 8 of us gonna sit in on the interview, or are we gonna do it a couple at a time?
Who's gonna make the cut list?
Exactly.
And
Maybe we decide that when we see how many applicants we get.
That's
Well,
probably true.
committee of 2 to go through them first, makes a lot of sense, right? And then,
Whatever
throw it
the
out,
consensus
whoever that
Scare 'em
committee
real
is.
quick.
I would say, what?
Okay, I'll talk to you later.
I would suggest a committee of 2 commissioners from us, and then Keith as our outgoing, he certainly should be part of the interview process. And Janine, or someone, if she prefers to have someone else as the, as
Well, there's
an employee.
interviews, and then there
There's
is
a cut.
the call.
Exactly.
I think y'all need to interview. I don't mind sitting in on the cut. The
Okay.
cut, looking at the applications for the cut list.
Okay, so no
That's what
interview
I'm talking
process
about,
at
the
that.
cut,
Okay,
the cut.
Who's on the committee?
Well, let's think about who here in this commission has the most experience interviewing someone of this caliber. I'm gonna say Jack, as the head of a bank. You've interviewed a lot of people?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, he's done what I hadn't real about.
When you're making a loan to somebody for a couple $1 million, you interview them pretty tightly.
Yes, you do. You do.
Whatever, I'll be happy to be a part of the process if you so inclined.
Okay.
And I will volunteer as the person that's hired
Well,
as many people as Mr. Wynn has, over the years.
well, how many, you've hired a lot of people too.
I've been in the governing government for 40-something years, and I've hired all those years, but that's fine. I can stay out of it. He wants to be the boss. Let him play the boss.
there's
You
some
sure?
things
'Cause
we
I think-
need,
I
and I
think
just
that
wanna
you
make
and
sure
Jack
they're
would
there.
be scare
I
'em.
think we're on the same track.
He'll scare the hell
No
out of
kidding.
them, right?
Has anybody got objection to Jack and I being the committee?
I was thinking Jack and,
No, it's fine. We'll let the guy get scared.
okay,
Yeah, Jack's telling me.
I was thinking
But
Jack
it's,
and Martin.
but it's just for the cut list.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
It's not
It's not the
personal
hire.
interviews.
We'll get our
We're
ad
all
out as
gonna
soon as
hire.
possible. Jerry, if we work on this offline, can you, well, I've asked this before and I'll ask it again. Can you consolidate that and then get everybody's approval legally? Can you run the quorum?
Oh, wait. But we're talking about what the process is. Are you talking about putting together the first ad?
Yes, that's number one.
My,
Actually, the job description is number one and then the ad. And the job description is what needs to be agreed to or added to by the commissioners and Keith.
my suggestion is, rather than delay getting your ad out while we beat down the last details of the job description, let Keith, and if you want me to participate, I'd be pleased, put together a sort of generalized job ad. The title of the position, it's got some highlights of the responsibilities, some minimum qualifications,
Right.
and get it out there.
Get it out on the street.
Okay, well, we gotta
I
decide.
think y'all are competent enough to be able to make that decision.
I think,
And then you have plenty of time yet, over your next meeting or two, to continue working on a more detailed job description, by which you're going to grade your applicant.
After they come in.
Something that you would
Sounds good.
send a person who inquires further. Something that you would send to a person who inquires further based upon the ad or word of mouth or
Right.
whatever.
That reaches out to us.
So-
Which is the base, so let me rephrase that question, can we do that, get that ad together with those high level
Yeah,
minimum requirements?
Just a minimum
And
requirement.
then get the buy-in, you get the buy-in from the commissioners and we go? Or do we need to have a meeting Monday and vote on it and put it out?
I don't think you need a meeting Monday.
That's what I'm asking.
okay,
I think Keith puts together an ad, redistribute it, and see if there's any real objections to it. And Martin said, oh, no, I can't live with that as an ad. Now, we'll go back to step
Yeah.
one again.
I think you two guys are competent enough to bring up a good ad. You saw what we were asking for and we're looking at and
sure.
mold it
It's
in there.
gonna be general.
Sure.
The other issue, do we
Sure.
want to put salary range on the ad?
It's
Commensurate
it's-
with
I would put,
experience.
I put it with the experience.
Okay,
If they want it, they're gonna come sniffing around.
Let's go around.
okay,
Okay. so
that's why I
let's-
haven't-
Let's be clear so we don't forget. Keith is gonna go through and have you reviewed these?
No, but
Okay.
I wanna take that.
Well, make sure you get, there's one in there you probably don't have, and that was just a framework, okay?
Yeah,
It was
no.
just a framework with what I thought were minimum requirements, so you'll get with that, you'll get with Jerry. I'm in, you wanna put some input into that? You want input, will you
No,
go
I'm
through
good.
it?
No, I'm good. I'm
Let-
good. Y'all
let
take
everybody
care of
do it,
it.
okay?
Y'all
Do you
got
want
nominated,
input?
y'all take care of it.
Would
I'm
you
right
like it?
behind the eight ball.
Okay, keep Judy on the list, and
Right?
let's
Am I
get
saying right?
serious, get them in,
I'm
and
behind the
come
eight
up
ball.
with something we can work from.
I don't think you believe it, but
Mine,
I'm damn
and
good at it.
I get away with it.
I'm a damn good at
That's
it.
your job. That's fine.
Okay, that was the last item, correct?
I have enough problem. I have enough headache.
They can put it up.
Where's our agenda?
I'm behind the eight ball.
One other were the interim director, with powers. I think we talked about, consider, contract and establish powers of existing interim director. The biggest thing I have an issue with is the hiring of people. If we load up before we have somebody that's gonna finish out that tree and that org chart, somebody's gonna get fired, okay? So, what I think we need to do is make sure that anybody we hire coming in is on a temporary status. That gives you somebody to help you.
You mean any position, or you're just on?
Any position, while we're where we are with the existing interim director, yes.
What?
Now, y'all made some decisions, I think, it looks like. And maybe you've even made another, but we need to make sure, you know, Jack's input, we can't tell him what to do under the CEO, okay? But the CEO's leaving and not fully engaged, which is totally understandable. So that's what I worry about, is becoming top-heavy with the folks that are doing this now.
But you're okay, they've already hired and she's accepted a beach manager, and that's okay?
Yeah, gotta be.
Okay.
It's done.
And there's no.
And it wasn't our
that-
decision.
And that fills us up. I mean,
That
there is
fills us up.
nothing else.
Well, Janine, when I was walking out, she said she wanted to hire an assistant or a secretary. What did you call it? Somebody behind you,
Yes, basically. to
underneath you.
Take my shift.
Right.
Because I cannot do all of it.
I fully understand.
Once she's acting as full director, she's gotta have a
I
Janine.
understand.
Yeah.
And then what happens to that person if she's not the director?
So is that temporary, Janine?
We actually have, the lady that we spoke to, she is willing to come in as a temporary, on a temporary basis, but then we've also got to be fair to those people out there. If she is gonna be a temporary, and I'm going to and the interim, then it's not worth even looking at somebody, because if we try
Cause we
to.
know she's gonna go.
Yeah, she's gonna go, so I just don't find it's fair, it's not.
Yeah, it's not fair to hire them in when a new
But then-
director
but-
with a new
But the
program
thing
is gonna
You
change
also
the topic.
expect me to step up again and still carry on with my normal duties. So, it's a catch-22.
So your position's gonna be open for a minimum of 60 days.
Yeah, we need to decide on that too. We didn't,
That's what we decided.
So that's a good suggestion.
without objection.
You need some time to know you're gonna get in good applicants, okay, so you're
Best we
opinion
can.
are. And so then, the position, I'm assuming you're not concerned about somebody on a crew out here, one of the guys, drops off the crew or has to be replaced. Surely, your interim executive director can replace that person. You don't want that to be a temporary.
Sure, and or the superintendent, right? I mean, he's qualified.
Okay.
What I'm saying is we got, if somebody who's used to riding a mower, we lose a guy that's used to riding a mower, we're gonna have to put another guy on a mower. We can't wait.
Sure.
So
Well, that's understandable.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Right, well, I perceive that what you're concerned about is the position that Janine is in, her position with executive assistant, right?
Administrative assistant, yeah.
Tell me again the title.
Executive administrator.
Temporary.
Executive administrator. And your problem is, just to restate,
Okay, I'm gonna leave it there.
that if you fill that permanently, and then she's not hired as your permanent executive director, you need to be able to move her back
Yeah.
to some position that's at least equivalent to what she has now.
Well,
If you can't guarantee her that, there's no reason for her to take the other position here, because,
I sure already took it.
yeah, but
Sure, already took it. Don't take backs.
so, and you don't wanna leave that position that's open,
Yeah, you need some help. I understand. Yeah.
So that's the position I'm concerned about. And if the expression today were, we want you to fill that if you can with a temporary person, then she can pursue that.
As a temporary, that's fine, but she can rest assured that she's gonna have her position back.
Yeah, we don't want to
We
lose
hope.
Janine.
We've already discussed that, so,
Yeah.
yeah, no problem with that.
She just needs she is gonna need some help rowing the boat in the,
For a while.
in the
All-
time that
Hey.
the search is
With
going.
all of the conversation, it boils down to this, the person that you would hire to give you that assistance is to be communicated as a temporary.
Good deal.
And if any others come up, I just hate to see somebody come in and then get chopped. It's hard to chop in our
Well,
position.
let me
Yeah,
also,
but she's already
let me also propose this. Maybe this is what Jack said earlier, that if one of our office people or one of our higher level employees does leave, communicate that to the board, and then we can say,
Yeah, absolutely.
then we can say, go ahead and pursue a new hire.
Hold off.
How's that?
We don't know what the
We
situation
just don't have a lot of turnover.
Right.
I mean,
No, we
but
know.
We're very blessed in that respect.
But you never know.
Let me knock on wood, but that's usually not.
We do, but we don't have a lot of turnover, but we got a lot of building of staff in there, and
Alright, so
that needs to
I think
be under
I
control.
think we can handle today's issue with this. Janine understands there's a consensus here on the commission that she won't fill that position with a permanent employee. That one position there needs to remain open or with a temporary in it. So she has a place to go back to.
Sure.
If she's not hired for the permanent position.
It's very important. And if something happens,
Janine understands that, right?
and if something happens in that same level, and it does need a permanent person, which I'll just cover that. I said that you come to the board and we all get together and we solve the problem.
That would be Ann or Charles.
Y'all went way too far out, just temporary right now.
I don't know who it'd be, I just wanna be ready.
No, I'm saying you say somebody at that level, I'm not saying the other people at that level, as I understand the current structure, it's either Ann or Charles.
Right. Right now, that's the case. Do we need to do a vote on that somehow? This ought to be good.
I don't think so.
Okay,
I think we're all understanding.
okay.
Without objection, only hire temporary folks in the office from now on?
That's not what it
No,
said.
that's
No,
No,
until we have a new.
don't start, I began.
Oh, okay.
We'll tighten it up.
Are
We tend to forget around here.
all right, wait a minute, are you concerned with more than just the position that she's just recently in? Are you concerned about all positions?
In the office, yeah.
You're concerned about adding an additional position.
Yeah, just stacking up the office.
No, you're talking about adding.
Yes, additions.
No, I'm talking about replacing. Somebody tomorrow,
Well, no, we established that if we're gonna replace one of them, we all get together and get it done with you leading the charge.
we did,
That's what I thought I heard.
Nope.
Oh, okay. What did I hear?
Well, you're hearing what you wanna hear.
That's right.
I'm fully
That's
aware. What
normal.
do we hear?
You got your agenda set up, and that's what you wanna hear.
no, wait a minute, I heard you suggest that, I didn't hear any discussion of that.
Right.
At that level,
Thank you.
so,
Okay, well, so what's the direction? That's why I brought it up.
What do you suggest, Jerry?
from a legal standpoint, you have the authority to put whatever requirements or limitations you want. I don't. You're putting Janine in the position of interim executive director. Surely, you're gonna have to give her some responsibility with that. I mean, is she otherwise just a placeholder?
It seems like it. That's my personal opinion.
Say it again.
It seems like it. That's my personal
That she
opinion.
just a placeholder.
My hands are tied.
Only in the hiring of more additional, not more, additional personnel.
Okay, but I'm talking about additional, that is additional positions. She's not gonna create any additional positions.
Permanent position.
Yeah, without telling me all and talking about the structure.
Well, she's gotta deal with financial, if she does, but we're not worried about that there.
Yeah.
She can replace employees now if one of them decides to leave.
Yeah,
There's no question about it. You got that authority to do so.
Okay,
I think the question here that he kinda raised it was that you're opening another position that we don't have, which is actually yours, but in a sense, you're moving for temporary, whether or not you get hired or not. That temporary position that you hired needs to understand that it's gonna be only temporary. If you don't get hired, you can go get back into that. Okay? Good. She knows that. Good, I'm good to go.
certainly,
Okay, I'm good with
You
that.
good to go?
Yep.
Everybody good to go?
I'm ready to go.
Tommy, you're an A?
Bueno.
Oh, we are?
Bueno. I just said bueno, I didn't think it meant anything. All right. All right, is that it? Jack, you wanna make the motion to adjourn?
No, sir. I don't like redundancy.
Get some pizza.
I thought we buy